The 53rd session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Christopher Lawrence Go will lead the chamber in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we are gathered here today as one body to serve an entire nation that is going through one of its greatest challenges. Please enlighten us as legislators so that we may have the wisdom and compassion to create the necessary measures that will help every Filipino rise above the COVID-19 pandemic and other obstacles. Papasalamat po kami dahil nagkaisa lahat ng mga senador para sa kapakanan ng aming kapwa Pilipino. We humbly ask you to lay your healing hands every individual who is affected by these extraordinary circumstances. Please bestow upon us to resolve to lead our people towards recovery as we seek to improve the country's collective health in every aspect. May your spirit endow us with solidarity and unity to put aside all personal differences for the sake of the nation. We come here to serve at your most divine will and for the best interest of the Filipino people. Most of all, please continue to grant each of one of us, especially our brave frontliners and their families, your divine protection from harm. With the arrival of the first batch of COVID-19 vaccines, our nation has been given a new hope for better and more times ahead. We thank you for this blessing and fervently pray that we see the end of this crisis as we begin our vaccine rollout and continue to acknowledge that your rightful authority is administered here in our beloved Philippines. Amen.
Amen. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Present.
Binay, Cayetano,
Present.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Present.
Drilon,
Present.
Gatchalian, Go,
Perfect. Present pa.
Gordon,
Present.
Ontiveros,
Present.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Present.
Pacquiao,
Present.
Pangilinan,
Present.
Pimentel III,
Present.
Poe,
Present.
Recto,
Present.
Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Present.
Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 8 senators physically present and 15 senators virtually present, a total of 23, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Blessed good afternoon to all. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the, is this the right one? Yes, for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. I just want to clarify matters with them, with the staff.
Eh,
Mr. President, we can continue. We may continue, Mr. President, sorry.
yes, go ahead. You're pertaining to the
Budget, I think this is the November 10, 11,
journal.
16. That's right, correct, Mr. President. I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 25th session, November 10, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, 2020, on the deliberations of the 2021 budget and consider the same as approved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Journals finally approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 52nd session, Monday, March 1, 2021, at a later hour as we're still preparing the journal.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion's approved.
I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 24 February 2021, it designated Representatives Go, Pineda, Rodriguez, Tambunting, and Saulog as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 4466 entitled An Act Integrating Labor Education into the Social Science Subjects in the Higher Education Curriculum, and Senate Number 1513, An Act Integrating Labor Education in the Tertiary Education Curriculum.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 24 February 2021, it concurred with the Senate amendments on House Number 5744 entitled An Act Establishing a Separate Schools Division Office in the City of Canlaon, Province of Negros Oriental, amending for the purpose Section 86 of Republic Act Number 3445 entitled An Act Creating the City of Canlaon.
To the archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2075, An Act Amending Republic Act Number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act, introduced by Senator De La Rosa.
Referred to the Committee on Health.
Senate Number 2076, an act taxing persons engaged in Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending Section 25, Section 27, Section 108, and adding a new Section 125-A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, introduced by Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Resolution, PS Resolution Number 670, resolution congratulating and commending the recipients of the Outstanding Young Men TOIM 2020 awardees for their significant contributions to the welfare of the country, introduced by Senator Angara.
To the Committee on Rules. There is additional reference to business.
Additional reference of business resolution, PS Resolution Number 671, a resolution expressing the profound appreciation to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of the United Arab Emirates (UAE), for his gestures of compassion, concern, friendship, solidarity, and support toward the Filipino people in times of natural disasters and during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, introduced by Senator Gordon.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 188 submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House number 8631, introduced by Representative Romualdez et al., entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Bienvenido Morejon Marañon, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1391, sponsor Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 189 submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House number 8632, introduced by Representative Puno et al., entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Kakul Ange Frank Williams Kwame, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1892 and 2058, sponsor Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 190, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Sports, Health and Demography and Finance on Senate number 2077 with Senators Pacquiao and Revilla Jr. as authors thereof, entitled An Act Creating the Philippine Boxing and Combat Sports Commission and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 193 and 805, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we take up the agenda, we just like to, with the permission of the body, move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions, Senate Bill number 1513 and House Bill number 4466, entitled Labor Education Act.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee of the Disagreeing Provisions on the House Bill and Senate Bill mentioned by the Majority Leader. Senators Joel Villanueva as chairperson and members Binay, Gatchalian, Lapid, and Hontiveros for the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, to comply with my promise with the Senate Minority Floor Leader and the Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Commerce, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1840 and the Committee Report number 115. I so move.
Any objection? Chair is none. Motion's approved.
This is the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. May we recognize our distinguished sponsor, my kababayan from Cagayan de Oro and Northern Mindanao, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, and to interplay our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
The gentleman from Mindanao, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, is recognized to sponsor the measure and to interpolate the gentleman from Iloilo, Senator Franklin Drilon, the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, for fulfilling your promise yesterday based on justice and equity. Thank you very much. Will the gentleman sponsor yield the floor in the spirit of interpolation?
Yes, with pleasure, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before I propound questions on the good sponsor, first let me thank the sponsor and the committee and the majority leader for putting this important measure on the agenda. And with the permission of the good sponsor, may I be allowed to make a short opening statement as the principal author of the measure subject matter of the committee report. Mr. President, today media carries the reports that the House of Representatives is set to debate on the approval of the resolution of both houses, which will convert Congress into a constituent assembly in order to propose amendments to the Constitution. And the principal amendment will be designed to liberalize our investment climate because of the very restrictive economic provisions of our Constitution. But mind you, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, there is no specific policy, economic policy that is proposed in the amendment. The amendment will simply add to the pertinent economic provisions of the Constitution the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law. In other words, there is no specific policy that will be proposed in the Constitution, but allow Congress to propose laws and policies which will liberalize our investment climate. And this bill precisely will fall in that category. And because it seeks to liberalize retail trade, and the immediate passage of this law, Mr. President, will remove the steam that powers the cha-cha train in the House of Representatives. I repeat that for emphasis, Mr. President. The immediate passage of this law will remove the steam that powers the cha-cha train in the House. Mr. President, in 1954, Republic Act 1180, otherwise known as the 1954 Retail Trade Nationalization Law, was enacted to, quote, protect Filipino retailers. The law enacted during the time of President Ramon Magsaysay stated that, quote, no person who is not a citizen of the Philippines and no association, partnerships, or corporation, the capital of which is not wholly owned by citizens of the Philippines, shall engage directly or indirectly in the retail trade, end of quote. Mr. President, after 46 years, the country tried to take a different step. We passed Republic Act 8762, or the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000. The law sought to liberalize retail trade by allowing foreign retailers to directly do business in the Philippines. The law promised to open access to unrestricted flow of capital, create more jobs for our people, and improve our country's competitiveness. 20 years after the passage of that law, however, Mr. President, the Philippines still has a very poor retail trade investment portfolio. Since the enactment of Republic Act 8762, more than 20 years ago, the share of the wholesale and retail trade to the total net foreign direct investments, or FDI, indicates that the net investment flows to the Philippines have been very, very minimal, with an average annual growth of only 5%. Mr. President, the joint foreign chambers reported that the ASEAN region as a whole received annually during the 5-year period from 2012 to 2016, $17 billion US. The Philippines total during the same period averaged $107 million, or 1/6% for the total ASEAN. Let me repeat that for emphasis. For the period 2012 to 2016, the Philippines received a total of 107 million in foreign direct investments, or 1/6% of the total ASEAN. In 2016, the Philippines received 101 million in the foreign retail trade sector. Thailand received $3.2 billion. Malaysia received $2.5 billion. Indonesia received $2 billion, and Vietnam received $2 billion in the retail trade sector investment. Singapore received over $8 billion, almost more than all the other ASEAN economies combined. Singapore has no restriction on foreign investment in retail and enjoys a per capita income of $88,000 US. The Philippines, Mr. President, has the lowest share in the ASEAN FDI portfolio. DTI figures show that of the 38.9 billion FDI in wholesale and retail trade within the ASEAN region, the Philippines' share is $83.1 million US, or 1/5%. As of 2021, there are only 46 foreign retail corporations registered with the Department of Trade and Industry, or a growth of 2 retailers per year since 2000. But Mr. President, my dear colleagues, have you heard, I am sure you have heard of 168 and 169. The number of retailers there, foreign retailers, could not be ascertained, but there are hundreds of them. And yet the registered foreign retailers registered with the DTI was just 2%, 2 retailers per year since 2000. Clearly, because of the very stringent trade liberalization we have today, the underground retailing is flourishing in 168 and 169. Mr. President, why the low numbers for registered foreign retail corporations? The answer is too plain. Our current law on retail trade contains very restrictive provisions. Mr. President, despite the passage of the 2000 retail trade liberalization law, it seems like we are still adhering to the same policy under the 1954 Retail Trade Nationalization Law. So we ask, is this the correct policy? I submit, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it is not. Today, we are still keeping foreign investments at bay for the same reason. We are overly protecting our Filipino entrepreneurs from the supposed dominance of foreign entities with superior capitalization. Like an ostrich, Mr. President, for 66 years, we have buried our head in the sand, refusing to fully recognize that retail trade liberalization is not bad as an economic policy. Mr. President, removing foreign caps on investment, retail trade, and public utilities will allow the President to generate 30 billion in direct foreign investments a year. The bill I filed offers a simple solution to this investment and capital roadblock. Remove the investment categories and set an across-the-board minimum paid-up capital equivalent to US $200,000. Mr. President, some say that this amendment will kill the Filipino retailers, especially the micro, small, and medium businesses. The presence of foreign retailers, like let's say Walmart, is not the problem. If we want to protect our MSME, then we should not only protect them from the foreign retailers as may be represented by Walmart, but also protect it from the big Filipino retailers like Shoemart. Whether it is Walmart or Shoemart, the effect is the same on the MSMEs. If the purpose is to protect MSMEs against the Walmarts of this world, the same philosophy should apply to the Shoemarts of this world. If the policy is correct, we should not allow the Shoemarts of this world to engage in retail business where the capitalization is less than $300,000 in order to protect the MSMEs. The protection of the MSMEs should apply regardless of nationality. But we submit we should not objectively and consciously, we should objectively and consciously review the efficacy of this policy. We will ensure good businesses for our local retailers that will improve domestic efficiency, competitiveness of corporations, whether big or small, whether Filipino or foreign-owned. These laws are related to the ease of doing business, pushed by our majority leader, competition, and taxation. My dear colleagues, we are all bombarded with questions about the so-called economic charter change. Well, we do not need to be bothered by such tasks because we can immediately better the investment climate. Here, right now, amending the Retail Liberalization Act will address a number of foreign investments roadblocks. Hence, my dear colleagues, Mr. President, I hope you will support the passage of this measure the soonest possible time. With that, Mr. President, may I now propound questions on the good sponsor in relation to the measure.
Thank you for that opening statement, Minority Leader.
Are you sure it's the opening statement? Or is that an opening statement or a sponsorship speech?
Well, I am the principal author of this measure, Mr. President. That's why.
We wanted to elicit that information.
To place in context why I am doing the interpellation.
All right, thank you. Senator Pimentel, go ahead.
That's specifically Senate Bill number 14, authored by Senator Drilon, Mr.
Yes.
President. So we will try our best, Mr. President, to have a productive exchange with the Minority Leader.
Obviously, Mr. President, we are for the passage of this measure and we support the committee report except for probably some minor amendments. Mr. President, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act is intended to liberalize the retail trade sector. Would you agree with that statement, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, 100%.
All right. The proposed measure, therefore, should not regulate non-retailers. Is that statement acceptable to the sponsor?
I agree, Mr. President.
Now, there are a number of provisions which relate to e-commerce in this bill. My staff informs me that in discussions that they had with your office, with the office of the good sponsor has agreed that at the appropriate time, the provisions referring to the e-commerce matters in the bill will be deleted and that these transactions can be tackled in the Internet Transactions Act. Can the good sponsor confirm that statement?
I confirm, Mr. President, that we have an open mind to a suggestion to simplify the bill if the provisions on the e-commerce complicated the presentation of the amendments, Mr. President. So basically, yes, Minority Leader, we agree that we are open to simplifying the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, because with that agreement on the record, we can skip questions on the portions pertaining to the internet, to the e-commerce, to matters involving e-commerce, and tackle the same when we have on the floor the Internet Transactions Act, and therefore we will skip questions on that portion of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President. There is also the inclusion of commercial operators on page 2.
Page 2.
Mr. President, would the sponsor agree that commercial operators, meaning the mall owners, are not retailers?
Mall owners are basically in real property transactions, Mr. President.
Yes, in fact, mall owners are lessors.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, and therefore, therefore, Mr. President, they should not be covered by this bill because they are not retailers, and therefore the provisions of this bill pertains to commercial operators should not apply to these commercial operators.
Mr. President, just to clarify, anyway, we're open to simplifying the bill. We defined the commercial establishment operator precisely because we were making a distinction between what we call brick and mortar operations versus online or e-commerce operations. So we found that to be necessary if we are going to maintain or mention the distinction in the law. But if we are no longer going to treat the online shopping as a proper subject matter of retail trade liberalization, then even this definition of commercial establishment operator may safely be deleted or amended, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, what is the proposed minimum paid up requirement under the committee report, Mr. President?
I want to point it out. It is found, Mr. President, it is found on page 3, beginning with line 24, which is under section 2. A foreign retailer shall have a minimum paid up capital of the equivalent in Philippine pesos of $300,000 US.
Yes. And the good sponsor believes that $300,000 as a threshold will protect MSMEs. Is that the purpose?
Yes, up to S, Mr. President, the M and S, the micro and the small, because the law which defines the micro and the small gives the upper threshold of 15 million pesos for small businesses or small enterprises. So kasali na po 15 million and below would be small and the micro. So the amount was chosen precisely to emphasize the point that we are protecting the small and the micro businesses from foreign retailing competition, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, yes. Now, of course, there are certain sectors who argue that even the 300,000 constitutes a roadblock to foreign direct investments, which we need to create jobs. But we do appreciate that there are certain factors that prompted the good sponsor in proposing $300,000. There is a provision here which authorizes the DTI and a few other agencies to review the threshold amount after 5 years. Would the gentleman sponsor confirm that?
Page.
Yes, that would be section 4,
Yes, Mr. President.
page 7. Basically, it says the DTI, the SEC, BSP, and the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, shall review the required minimum paid-up capital every 5 years from the effectivity of this act. The recommendation of the DTI shall...
DTI, SEC, BSP, and NEDA.
shall be submitted to Congress. Yes, so there
Mr.
is...
President.
Yes.
Yes,
Now,
Mr. President, that's correct.
can we not exercise that judgment now and provide in the bill that which would call for a reduction of the threshold investment every 5 years, and we can discuss how much it should be? In other words, today it's $300,000. 5 years from now, it can be whatever is the amount that we can agree on, and another 5 years, another amount that we can agree on until we come up with a acceptable proposal.
Mr. President, I'm open to that idea, and actually it's a more convenient way of doing things. But I think the benefit of still letting Congress make the decision, the present Congress at that particular time make the decision, is that they will need to conduct a public hearing so they can get the feedback from those affected or to be affected, Mr. President. So we can anyway. This representation will trust the future Congresses that they will be quickly reacting to changes on the ground. If this is to be, if this will be the call of the times, then I am sure that they will act, Mr. President, properly.
Well, I do note the confidence of the good sponsor in the work of Congress, but if you note, Mr. President, it has been 21 years lapsed before we can again debate on this issue. The last time this was amended was in 2000, if I'm not mistaken. I was the majority leader then. It was a very difficult process between two of our colleagues and the sponsor and the interpreter. And it took us another 20 years before we are taking a second look at this law. And that is why I am saying that maybe instead of leaving it to future Congresses, we can really, as a policy issue, already set the schedule in the same manner that the reduction of the income taxes as proposed by our Senate President pro tempore was scheduled for a future effectivity. I was wondering if the good sponsor is open to that concept, as there is already an opening that he provided for in the law, only that it's still subject to approval by the future Congresses. And I refer, as I said, to the review of the paid-up capital provided under Section 4 on page 7 of the bill.
With the permission of Senator Pimentel and Senator Dillon, the Senator Villar is raising her hand for quite some time. Senator Villar,
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. I just want to ask question whether this review every 5 years is meant to consider inflation or something. I just want to clarify what is the reason for the review of 5 years, because every 5 years in some other bills that we pass, we review it to consider inflation. That means you bring up the amount, not bring down the amount, because after 5 years, $300,000 is not anymore $300,000.
It will be, Mr. President, it will be a review of the what I call the situation on the ground.
Not for inflation.
Inflation, exchange rate, the sentiment of the people, even the sentiment of the people, the business community, and also the micro and the small business people, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I just want the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
yes,
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Villar. That is precisely the reason why we raised this and is proposing something more definite, because the provision is not clear what it intends to do. So that I am proposing, subject to the agreement of the chamber, that we already propose specific amounts. If we agree that this has not, that liberalization of the retail trade is something that can help us, rather than keep on restricting this field of investment. And as a result, you have situations like 168 and 169, where the concept of retail trade being limited to Filipinos is, excuse me for using the word, is a laughing stock. Because the owners of the stores in 168 and 169 do not even speak Filipino language. They would bargain with the customers using a calculator instead of haggling. They use a calculator. That means that and these are small retailers. That is why I'm highlighting this. I'm mentioning this to highlight the real situation on the ground, and whether or not our continued policy of protectionism is the right policy.
Mr. President, as I've stated earlier, we will keep an open mind and maybe hear or get to know the details of the idea of the minority leader. However, Section 4 of the bill, to my mind, is clear. No? It's clear that it's still the Congress which will amend the law, but then we just put up a mechanism of automatic review with agencies knowledgeable about the economic situation, exchange rates, foreign reserves, corporate structure, and trade activities. So, but they can only come up with a recommendation. My only problem, Minority Leader, is that if we do this automatic adjustment of the amount of the minimum threshold capital, then number one, we have not heard or consulted the stakeholders about this proposal, especially the micro and the small entrepreneurs or business people, Mr. Minority Leader. So baka po sila magulat kasi ang pagkakaalam nila is ito nga itsura ng ating bill, 300,000 is the minimum. So and if we now put a graduated scale with the amount, I'm assuming that the amount would be decreasing over time, then if we hear this in committee, we might get some opposition from micro and small businessmen, but we will never know because we did not hear such an idea in committee, Mr. President.
Now, okay, Mr. President. Anyway, I am just submitting that, and let's see how if we at the period of amendment, if we will pursue the issue, we will review it again, and at that time we will submit our proposal to the good sponsor and to the chamber. But having said that, Mr. President, is there a prohibition for Congress to review the threshold amounts, say 3 years from now?
No prohibition, Mr. President.
No prohibition. And
Prohibition. Even
There's
without
nothing-
any recommendation, Mr. President, the Congress
That's
can do
correct.
it.
yes, because
I agree.
the powers of Congress are plenary, and therefore and we cannot bind future Congresses. That is
Yes,
why-
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, this does not bind any future Congress, except that we have given additional work to the DTI, SEC, BSP, and the NEDA to every 5 years conduct a focused review on the amount, on the minimum threshold amount. If we maintain the said provision, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So at the appropriate time, we can go back to this at the appropriate period of amendment. Now, the paid-up capital is proposed at 300,000. How much on a per store basis is the capitalization required as a threshold under the bill?
It is found in the same section 2, page 3, beginning on line 30. In the case of foreign retailers engaged in retail trade through more than one physical store, the investment for each store must be equivalent in Philippine pesos of at least 150,000 US dollars, Mr. President. 150,000 US dollars. The
Yes.
main idea, Mr. President, the old law provided for in the IIR, ba yan? The old law in the implementing rules and regulations required around 830,000 US dollars per store or branch. So since we are lowering the minimum threshold amount, we decided to retain the concept of a per store amount and decided that it be 150,000 US dollars, so that the minimum threshold amount of 300,000 cannot be divided in such a way or in such small quantities that they will now appear to be like sari-sari stores, Mr. President.
So is it the
That is the rationale, Mr. President.
Yes. So therefore, the rationale of the bill is to limit the stores to 2, because the minimum paid up is 300,000, and the per store as investment is a minimum of 150,000. Therefore, while we say we are liberalizing retail trade, we limit the number of stores to only 2.
For the minimum investor, Mr. President.
Right.
If
Right.
they want more than 2, they are free to increase their investment, Mr. President.
Yes, but if they just limit themselves to 300,000, which is the minimum, we can only allow them 2 retail outlets.
That is my understanding. That's how I would interpret it, Mr. President.
Would the gentleman, given that obvious limitation, if we are liberalizing the liberal retail trade area, shouldn't we reduce the 150,000?
We are open to that, Mr. President, because at any rate there is this second amount, the minimum threshold capital
Yes.
requirement. So still
So-
no matter the number of outlets or stores, the minimum is still $300,000. Ang
Yes.
ano lang po namin kasi mangyari is baka mahati-hati yung 300,000 sa, let us say, 10, the $30,000
Yes.
na baka magmukhang ano na siya, neighborhood store, in actuality now competing with our micro and small businesses. That is the fear.
Yes.
That is the fear or scenario that we are guarding against, Mr. President.
But precisely, we're trying to liberalize. If we are, and then let's
Yes, Mr. President. We
we are trying to
we are open.
but we limit them to 2. We might be clear. We should be clear on what the policy that we are putting across. Mr. President, look at 168 and 169. What capitalization are we talking about? In other words, my submission is because of the very stringent requirements that we put up in the law, there is a tendency to go around the law and violate the provisions, because necessity is the mother of all inventions. So if there is a necessity to provide retail trade services and we impose so many restrictions, we are aware, for example, talking about that, about franchising. O anong nangyayari? Franchised outlets, they are engaged in retailing. So that is why, well, at the appropriate time, maybe we can revisit this. We will propose amendments in this area, and if the good sponsor is open to it, we can reopen that debate at the appropriate time when we propose amendments. If that is okay with the good sponsor.
Before you answer, just go ahead.
Just to share my thoughts on the
Yes,
provision.
and then Senator Villar, go ahead.
Yes, I see the point of the minority leader, and at any rate, what is the more important amount is the minimum threshold capital requirement. So
And
for as long as we have that, then how much to divide per store may be a business judgment already of the retail investor, Mr. President.
Right.
Thank you.
Senator Villar, with the permission of Senator Dillon and Pimentel.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. When you say $300,000, are you not allowed to borrow? Maybe that is the equity, but you can borrow. Because when you invest $300,000 in a company, I think you can borrow another $300,000, 50% equity. Is that covered by the law or what?
Okay. The $300,000 should be now present in the country, brought into the country by the retail trade investor. So ano na po siya, with that requirement, so that minimum threshold has already been met. So if that retail trade investor will borrow money, that's already
That
a
would be-
business judgment,
Yeah.
Mr. President. But then the present bill requires nga an investment of
Yeah.
150,000 per store. But that is now the topic of the minority leader, that he wants us to review that requirement, but not the minimum threshold requirement. Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to ask question, because if you invest in equity of $300,000, I think you can borrow another $300,000 as debt, and that will increase your amount to be invested in the Philippines. So you, even if you set up an amount per store, you can build more than 2 stores. I think that's
Thank you.
just a manifestation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that, Madam Senator. You are the recognized expert in business matters. So hindi ko po alam 'yun. Basta $300,000 is the minimum investment. They are now legally present here. They can borrow, of course. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, what we were just saying is that there should be no requirement of
Yes.
$150,000 per store.
Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
That we're just
Mr.
saying.
President, I see the point. Actually, that was a requirement. The 830,000 US dollars out of the 2.5 million requirement in the present law, which is roughly around 1/3, no, is found in the IRR. So, if this will be a controversial point in the measure, we can easily deal with the issue, Mr. President.
Yes. Can I have a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President, to review our notes before on other areas?
Yes.
Which we want?
Session is suspended for a few minutes. For
Yes.
the information of everyone, there were two sessions ongoing while there was a break. There was a session between Senator Villar, Drilon, and Recto. Inside, there was a session between Pimentel, Cayetano, and Lacson. And all about the same bill. Anyway, again, Senator Pimentel has the floor. And still, the minority leader interpolating the main sponsor, the main author of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are ready to continue, Mr. President.
Yes. Wait. Go
Okay.
ahead, Senator
Thank you,
Villar.
Mr. President. Just two more points. First, the liberalization is again limited by the fact of the requirement of a reciprocity. Why do we have to have this? That is a protectionist policy that there must be reciprocity. I don't think in this day and age, reciprocity is still a valid requirement. We should allow free within the rules. And we should encourage entry of foreign investments from investors who follow the rules. And a reciprocity requirement, I respectfully submit, Mr. President, has no more place in today's trading and technology.
The reciprocity requirement, Mr. President, first of all, is found in existing law. I think that is a statement of fact. And then we have Article 12, Section 13 of our Constitution on the national economy and patrimony, which states that the state shall pursue a trade policy that serves the general welfare and utilizes all forms and arrangements of exchange on the basis of equality and reciprocity. So I believe that the word reciprocity there found in the Constitution carries the same meaning as the reciprocity found in existing law, which we have retained in our proposed measure, Mr. President. So, so as not to encounter a constitutional question, this representation believes that it is best that we retain what is already found in existing law. At any rate, Mr. President, I think it's fair enough that if we allow, let us say, nationalities of nationals of India to invest here, that India should also allow, on paper or in their statute books, allow Filipino retailers in their market. Although there may not be actual investors, but at least in their statute books. And my interpretation, Mr. President, is that it does not have to be one-on-one equality with our law. So for as long as Filipinos are allowed to engage in retail trade in their economy or in their jurisdiction, no matter their threshold amount, that is already reciprocity, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would like to think that the principal purpose of this measure is to generate investment, to generate employment, and to the extent that we can remove undue restrictions, we should do so. As long as they are a legitimate business, they comply with minimum requirements, and they will, and their presence in the country will benefit our people in terms of employment. That we are not allowed, or Filipino businessmen are not allowed to do business in the place of the principal business of the investor should not stand in the way, because the primary purpose of the bill, of the law, of the amendment, is to generate investment, and imposing the reciprocity requirement is not consistent with this policy that we are trying to pursue in this bill.
It was found, the reciprocity requirement was found to be consistent way back in year 2000 because it is in the law. And our reading of the Constitution, Mr. President, tells us that it will still be on the basis of reciprocity whether we put it or not, Mr. President, because the Constitution will be read into the law.
If that is the reading of the gentleman, we might as well remove this reciprocity clause in the proposed bill and leave it to the Constitution, because the Constitution says reciprocity is a requirement. Leave it at that and let it be interpreted by the appropriate implementing agencies that require that reciprocity is required, even if not so provided in the law, because that is how the Constitution should be read. So it is on that basis, Mr. President, that I think we can remove the reciprocity requirement in the bill and leave it to the Constitution.
The danger there, Mr. President, is the surprise that foreign retail investor might encounter years down the road when all of a sudden, after investing heavily in the country, the reciprocity requirement is suddenly questioned, and the Constitution is interpreted the way that we are that this representation is currently interpreting it. Then we will have these problems, and maybe earn a bad reputation in the international community that our rules are not clear. So this is an effort to make our rules clearer, which we did way back in year 2000, and that this is required by our Constitution.
Mr. President, when a license will be issued by the SEC and the DTI, I am certain that they are conscious of this requirement under the Constitution, and if they assert that there should be a reciprocity, we leave that to the implementing agency and to the courts ultimately, and I'm certain that the prospective investor will be conscious of this constitutional provision, which we cannot touch and which we must enforce. But to place it in the bill does not serve any purpose, Mr. President. To me, it's best if we just leave the Constitution. It is self-executory. If that is the interpretation of the good sponsor, and leave it up to the administering to the agencies and the courts to determine, Mr. President.
We see the point of the minority leader, but I hope that he also sees the point of this representation, that if it is a restatement of a constitutional rule, then what is the damage that we are doing, Mr. President, if we are precisely for those researching on our rules on retail trade? So when they see this provision, they will easily understand without studying our Constitution and referring the matter to law firms. A reading of the law or the measure, when this becomes law, will clearly state that reciprocity is a requirement. So, in my opinion, Mr. President, there really should be no damage if we state in a law a clear directive or mandate found in our Constitution.
All right, Mr. President, just for the record, were the laws of the country of residence of the prospective investor does not prohibit or does not have the equivalent of the retail trade nationalization law. Would that suffice for purposes of the reciprocity requirement? In other words, if there is no nationalization requirement in the country of origin of the company, would that comply with the reciprocity requirement? In other words, Filipino investment in the retail trade in the country of origin is not prohibited. Would that comply with the reciprocity clause?
I agree. Yes, Mr. President. If the law of the country of the retail trade investor in the Philippines does not prohibit Filipino retail trade investment in his country, or allows it expressly, then the investor, the foreign investor is the foreign retail trade investor is compliant with our laws, Mr. President.
All right, let us leave it at that. At least that's on record as the interpretation of the sponsor of this particular provision. Just one final point, and I will take this up because Senator Villar cannot take it up. This is the matter of the penalty for commercial operators. Why are we imposing a penalty of 50,000, but not more than 500,000 for each violation shall be imposed on any commercial establishment operator or mall operators? The family of Senator Villar is a commercial establishment operator. I cannot see why we are imposing a penalty. We are imposing a penalty on commercial establishment operators who are not even covered by the retail trade law. Number two, I think the penalties are very harsh that we are imposing here. These are not they're not guilty of extrajudicial killings. They are just trying to do business. Can the penalty be reviewed, Mr. Chairman, as part of your committee?
Yes, Mr. President. We are not actually proposing the measure for the penalties. It's as stated by the minority leader, and I agree with him. The main purpose here is to open up the economy, the retail trade sector for more investments, make the Philippines more competitive, create more jobs, make possible the linkage of small businessmen with international supply chains. These are the purposes of the objectives of the law, not really to send people to jail or to increase the punishment. So we will definitely review the penalties, and as stated earlier, Mr. President, because of the ideas expressed by the minority leader, we may even end up deleting, right, all reference to the commercial establishment operator, because the brick and mortar versus online shopping will no longer be, the distinction will no longer be pursued, Mr. President.
And if we may suggest, maybe we can limit the penalty to administrative, to just the civil penalties, like say revocation of the license if they violate the law, warning and revocation of the license, rather than imposing imprisonment and very substantial fines. This is a commercial, this is an incentive act and not principally a penal statute. And I hope that the good sponsor can consider changing the concept or reviewing the concept of the very harsh penalties and just limit it to administrative penalties, as in, for example, after several violations, revoking the license, rather than sending people to jail, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Actually, Mr. President, I agree with the uh, general proposal actually to review our criminal laws. Maybe we have criminalized too many acts already. So
Yes.
I agree with you. But the existing law in Section 12 actually establishes or provides a very steep penalty also, Mr. President. So it's about
Well,
time. It's about time to review,
Yes.
but maybe to put some teeth in the restrictions or in the requirements. Maybe there should also be a penalty of imprisonment, but we will make it reasonable just for the deterrent effect of this kind of a penalty, Mr. President. I mean, this is just my initial reaction to the sentiment of the minority leader.
Yes, our sentiment is that this is a law designed to attract investors, and the regulatory aspect of imposing prison terms and huge fines may not be may not necessarily be part of that or consistent with that general purpose, because you already put fear in the hearts of the prospective investor. But if that is the purpose, then we accept it and maybe impose life imprisonment for the violators of this law.
So yes, Mr. President, we want to attract them and at the same time already scare them away.
Yes. Yes.
But Mr. President, the measure actually just maintains the current penalty. So
Yes.
so
But
it's time to adjust it. So we are also making a statement. So we are also making a statement when we now decrease the penalty, at the same time liberalize the unmistakable statement there is that you are welcome to come here and invest here in the Philippines.
Yes, and you will not be sent to jail for a simple mistake of failing to register or whatever. So
Yes.
with that, Mr. President, I think we will just await the proposed amendments of the committee, taking into account the issues we have raised, and we do hope that there are certain critical issues that we would like to see the position of the good sponsor, so that we can debate on it if necessary and submit it to the plenary for decision. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. President, and thank you to the
Thank you.
good sponsor.
Thank you, Minority
Thank you,
Leader.
Minority
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we can take up other matters as well. We move to suspend, and several of our colleagues have lined up to interpolate this measure. So we move to suspend consideration until they're
Any
ready.
objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
And to also comply with my promise to our lady colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, I move that we, with the permission of the Senate President who's going to interpolate, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1933.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 1933 is in order.
Yeah, may we request the presiding officer to replace our Senate President so they may interpolate.
The session suspended for a few seconds.
Leader.
So distinguished Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III, to interpolate our dear colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
The Senate President, Senator Tito Soto, is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, thank you. Will the distinguished lady favor us with some responses to some issues that we would like to be clarified on Senate Bill 1933?
Very gladly, Mr. President, and looking forward, as I mentioned last Wednesday, to being guided by the good Senate President in making the bill clearer and better, especially for our adoptive children and parents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The Senate Bill 1933 is the Domestic Administrative Adoption Act. Right. I definitely agree that our adoption proceedings should be administrative in nature. And I think that is the main purpose of your bill.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is not because the judicial process is longer, and also because the family courts at present are very efficient. And just for the record, for those who were not born before 1992, the law creating the family courts is principally authored and filed by this representation. It has become Republic Act 8369, and we passed it in 1997. Anyway, I'm so sure. I've been monitoring that the family courts really are very efficient at this point. But I understand that the bill is because an administrative proceeding is cheaper, as there is no need to hire lawyers. Am I right, Your Honor?
You are correct, Mr. President. Providing for administrative domestic adoption by law would indeed make the adoption process more financially accessible for children already legally declared as available for adoption and for prospective adoptive parents. And there are also cases, Mr. President, that in cases where there are no problems that can be detected between possibly placing adoptive children with their adoptive parents, that it may turn out that an administrative process will also turn out somehow to be cheaper. So that is the second or secondary benefit sought by the bill, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. Earlier, Senator Pia Cayetano, the last time she interpolated on the measure, mentioned that there are 1.8 million children that were declared abandoned, but the DSWD failed to match them with prospective adoptive families. Now, this step is prior to the filing of the petition before the courts. So, can you agree that it is the procedure within the DSWD that is taking so long? Probably because of the lack of social workers. What do you think, Your Honor?
Well, Mr. President, what the good Senate President has indicated that there is a lack of social workers, in fact, has started to be addressed by the DSWD, since indeed they themselves have said that if they could have a greater number or complement of social workers within and outside the department, the latter accredited to assist in the adoption process, that in fact more children available, legally available for adoption could be adopted out. But also just to make the situation even clearer for us, Mr. President, this representation asked the Department of Social Welfare and Development to please get to the bottom of that very large and therefore worrying number of 1.8 million neglected children, which were mentioned in that UN report. And if I may share with the good Senate President and to make it of record here in the Senate, the DSWD shared their data of neglected, abandoned children and foundlings for the years 2009 to 2020. And per their records, there are a total of 5,535 neglected, abandoned, and foundlings recorded by the DSWD. The department notes, Mr. President, that these are only those who have been issued CDCLAAS or the certificates declaring a child legally available for adoption. Therefore, as of this moment, unfortunately, Mr. President, the DSWD still cannot reconcile their records with the UN report of 1.8 million neglected children. Nonetheless, having said that, Mr. President, still, even the DSWD number of more than 5,000 neglected, abandoned children and foundlings still points out that if we can make the adoptive process shorter and secondarily cheaper for children and prospective adoptive parents who are eligible, then that would serve the interests of children and families better. Additionally, Mr. President, according to the DSWD, the 1.8 million children are not all for adoption. Some are actually for reunification with their biological families, and some po are for temporary shelter, Mr. President. Nawala yung Senate. Signal? Okay. Good year. Paano yun? Nawala ang Senate.
difficulties, but I believe they can hear us now. Can Senator Risa hear us now?
Yes,
Um,
Mr. President.
Oh,
Yes,
there you
good
go,
to-
Mr.
good
President.
to
May we
hear.
recognize the
Salamat
two
po.
lady and gentlemen are
Yes, we continue with the deliberation of the same measure. We recognize our Senate President, Senator Tito Soto, and Senator Risa Ontiveros defending and sponsoring the measure.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Before we were unceremoniously cut off by the DICT, I was asking the distinguished lady from Akbayan, isn't it strange that the bottleneck actually comes from the DSWD, kaya tumatagal, di ba, dito sa issue ng adoption. Ibibigyan natin sila ng heavier and additional mandate to decide on adoption proceedings, hindi kaya lalong mahirapan. Will they be efficient enough to implement?
Actually, Mr. President, we are certainly hoping that opening up a seeming bottleneck will pave the way for more adoptive children and their parents to be able to establish their family relationships and more efficiently. The DSWD has very honestly and humbly looked at the problems, and through this representation, Mr. President, they are ready to share with the Senate and with the good Senate President the improvements they have been making in the past many months that they believe will be further reinforced by the passage of this bill. For example, Mr. President, in the current processes under the DSWD, certain delays that were identified have been responded to in terms of the implementation of matters relating to adoption. In particular, Mr. President, currently, the issuance of the certification declaring a child legally available for adoption, or the CD-CLAA, is lodged with the DSWD. And based on our records, Mr. President, from the years 2009 to 2020, just last year, the average shortest turnaround time we issued, or the department issued CD-CLAA, was 35 to 46 days. So 1 to 1.5 months. While the longest turnaround time was 1 to 2 years. As an aside, Mr. President, surprisingly, those in the shortest category were all regular children, while those in the longest category were all IP cases. Ang IP po, independent placement. Yung pong walang dinaanang anumang legal process, basta't nagkaroon na lang halimbawa ng pag-uusap between the biological parents and the adoptive parents, tin-over na po yung bata without any legal process. Nung ipinasok na po ito sa tamang legal na process na makakuha ng CD-CLAA, lalo pong matagal. This would tell us somehow, Mr. President, that somehow the type or the category of cases for adoption has an impact on the movement of the case. Normally po for IP or independent placement cases, CD-CLAAs couldn't be issued at once because there were a lot of missing information or papers. And those usually take so much time to locate, for example, the birth parents to get their consent. There are also cases, Mr. President, where the birth certificate of the child was simulated, and so it had to be canceled first in court. But now, with the RA 11222, the simulated birth certificate could be used with cancellation in court. Also, Mr. President, according to the adoptive parents, the long process is in the courts. Their chief complaint is in the judicial process, and this is on record at our hearings. Actually, Mr. President, and in particular the good Senate President, yung isang insight ko po dito ay yung pinakamalaking tulong talaga ng family courts is for those family courts to address family situations where there is conflict, where there is pain that needs to be assuaged in a proper and legal way. Yun yung isang napakalaking serbisyo po ng family courts sa mga pamilyang Pilipino. And that should be counted as part of the legacy of the good Senate President. In this case po, that we are considering of administrative adoptions, ang adoption naman po usually is walang conflict, walang pain between the parties that must be assuaged. Simple siyang proseso na that will simply create more joy. At kaya siguro kino-contemplate nitong bill na baka, given with the wisdom of the Senate and the Mr. President, the good Senate President, na baka sasapat na po. Gagawing mas maiksi at incidentally gagawing mas mura din po yung administrative adoption. Ito pa po, Mr. President, dito sa assessment at self-assessment ng DSWD and how they have already tried to address this. Yung nakita pa nilang common reasons of delay. Halimbawa po, limited number of social workers handling the program. The majority po of LGUs na under the current process may papel sa adoption. Majority po sa kanila ay may 1 to 2 social workers managing all the programs and services in their locality. Wala pong social workers solely assigned in alternative parental care. Kaya nga po, Mr. President, recently, ang DSWD nagdagdag po ng 51 social workers. They're also constrained to prioritize sa LGUs po, no, yung alternative parental care program due to the other nga LGU devolved programs. And there was delay of action and response by LGUs to provide the requested documents. For example, the Parenting Capability Assessment Report, Certificate of Posting, etc. And last but not the least, Mr. President, ano po yung mga naging tugon ng DSWD to these delays in their partnership with the LGUs? They have provided technical assistance to the social workers. They conducted dialogues and case conferences. Nag-discuss po sila ng concerns of alternative parental care program in the LGU Social Welfare Development Forum. And yung mga DSWD teams po facilitated the preparation of child study reports for the issuance of those CD class. So, ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, mulat po ang DSWD sa mga limitations under which they labor. Pero dahil po naging proactive na rin sila on the administrative aspects ng buong adoption process, they are quite confident po to request the support of the Senate and also of the House of Representatives na i-mandate po sila by law to undertake administrative domestic adoption process with all their commitments po to become even more efficient and to place an even greater number of children with CD class with the proper adoptive parents, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think you probably covered my issues on Hawaii. I'd like to go into the House. But before Senator Cayetano is recognized, just for the record, before I receive a phone call from Senator Secretary Honasan, I was just joking about the ICT. There was a technical difficulty within the area. It's not the fault of the ICT. He might call me again. All right.
Baka, Mr.
Senator
President,
Cayetano
fault
wishes
ng
to
pag-asa
yes,
dahil sa ulan.
Yes, with the indulgence of our distinguished colleagues, may we recognize Senator Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, for allowing me to intervene. Because it seemed that you were going to change topic, so I felt that my intervention would be relevant now, no, because you are shifting topics. I'd like to just spread this into the record to help move our bill forward. I think we are all supportive of this administrative adoption measure. But what I feel is not captured in the discussion, and I don't blame DSWD. They're overworked. They try their best, but I think it's it's contrary to self-preservation for you to automatically and willingly expose your weaknesses, no? So, one thing for sure is that there are not enough personnel. And as Her Honor pointed out, there was a recent increase in their budget for 51 personnel, and that is our Senate intervention. That was my intervention, Your Honors, to ensure that we can move forward and have more social workers attending to these children. But that is just that was just really meant to be a parang like a pilot, and with the hope that we will continue supporting this because there really are not enough social workers. But let me now spread into the record what I feel is very important, because Her Honor concludes by saying that DSWD is cognizant of the limitations, but they are now very confident that they can do that job. What is not written in the law that our Senate President authored? So I feel like nanganak na lang ito over time is this process. And when I take the floor again to interpolate, I'll print it, no? But I just felt it was relevant now. That's why I'm mentioning it. To get a CDCLA, ito yung certificate nga that the child can be legally adopted. An adoption social worker from an agency who assuming there is one, because it can be either done by an agency's social worker or diretso ng DSWD social worker. In any case, the next step is it will go now to the social worker of DSWD. Okay? So the certified social worker will have their work reviewed by the DSWD social worker, or the DSWD social worker starts it. And then it goes to the supervising social worker. Nagbibigay ng input, minsan pababalikin, more questions, etc. And then it goes to the division chief, more questions, babalikan na naman. The assistant regional director, the same process, review, babalikan na naman. And then the regional director. Sa regional pa lang yun. That was not contemplated in the law. I know we want to protect our children, pero all of this adds to so much delay. All of them, again and again, pabalik-balik. After that, it goes to the central office, and guess what? I-review na naman yan ng social worker. And then, the legal office, and finally, the secretary. Now, let me just quickly bring you back to the regional director. The regional director and all those social workers I mentioned are involved in all the catastrophes and calamities of the country. So during this time of COVID, Mr. President, pinull out pa yung social worker na nagtatrabaho for children who need to be placed either for adoption or foster care, pinull out pa para mag-deliver ng SAP. So that is the situation that I want addressed, Mr. President. At the proper time, I will introduce my amendment, but I wanted to spread that into the record because the law of His Honor did not assume that all of these people have to have a say at pabalik-balik doing this kind of work. So yun lang, I spread that into the record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may, Mr. President, indeed, when the good gentlewoman first interpolated, this representation recognized that it was her amendment in the GAA for 2021 that has now enabled the DSWD to add 51 social workers into their ranks, and particularly also to facilitate this process of administrative adoption. And at the proper time, I will consider with a great openness of mind the gentlewoman's proposed amendments in order to facilitate, yes, a process of administrative adoption that has many steps, but is contemplated. Many steps because for the protection of the child, but is contemplated to happen within a shorter period of time than is experienced at the moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, and then thank you also because she touched, the distinguished lady from Taguig touched a question that I was about to pose also. Because I'm familiar with Senate Bill 61, the bill of Senator Pia Cayetano. In that particular proposal, Section 18 of her bill provides that after all the required documents are submitted, all domestic adoption cases shall be decided within 30 days of the proposed National Authority for Child Care, or NACC. Now, in our bill right now that we're discussing, Senate Bill 1933, Section 17 provides that the regional director shall have 30 days to examine the petition with all its supporting documents. And then if the petition is sufficient in form and substance, the regional director will recommend and forward his or her findings with the secretary. And the secretary will have 30 days to decide upon the receipt of the recommendation. Is my understanding correct that this decision process is longer? We're going to make it longer in this bill, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. President, it will not become longer because there are certain parts of the pre-adoption process that we already have been completed before that administrative adoption process. The administrative adoption process will take place beginning with if we mark the time from the time that the regional director reviews, verifies, validates information alleged in the petition, and then conducts personal determination and provides recommendation to the secretary, all that will be done within 30 days, Mr. President. Afterwards, it is transmitted to the DSWD secretary, having been deemed complete in form and substance. And that transmittal would happen within 7 days or 1 week. And then, as the good Senate President mentioned, the Secretary will act on the petition and issue an order of adoption if assessed favorable to the child within another 30 days. So within those 2 months and 1 week, the administrative adoption process proper may transpire, which in effect, Mr. President, would be much shorter than the average of time such a petition would spend if going through the judicial process, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, definitely. Shorter than the judicial process. But what I'm saying is there is a proposal that an ACC be created,
Yes.
the Authority on Child Care, and they decide within 30 days. Hindi ba mas pwede nating i-adapt yun? 30 days kagad, decided na. Instead na 60 days pa. Well, anyway, at the proper time, perhaps you may discuss it, and perhaps Senator Cayetano will introduce that particular amendment. It might be beneficial for your bill also. Ano?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate that advice, and I remain faithful to my stated intention to, at the proper time, favorably consider amendments that will facilitate an administrative adoption process for the adoptive children and parents within the DSWD or even a new unit within the department, Mr. President.
Okay.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, just to put on record, place on record some vital information. As we heard a while ago, the distinguished lady from Taguig, her efforts in adding 51 new social workers for DSWD. As of today, out of the 3,292 authorized positions in the DSWD, only 2,905 is filled. So roughly about 12% still is unfilled, dear colleagues, just to add to the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Moving forward, Mr. President, Your Honor, in Section 11 of your bill, it requires the adoption social worker to have at least 3 years experience in handling adoption cases to conduct a case study. Is their license not sufficient for them to conduct a case study? May we know the difference between a licensed social worker that is mentioned on page 11 of your page 11, line 19, and the adoption social worker requiring 3 years experience mentioned in line 21? Ano po ba ang pagkakaiba nito?
Ang pagkakaiba po, Mr. President, ay syempre po yung licensed social worker is eligible to apply to and be accepted by the DSWD for its various social work and development tasks in general. Pero particular po para dito sa pagdadagdag sa human resources ng department, particularly for handling adoption cases, kaya po nire-require na yung social worker na tatanggapin ng department would have at least 3 years experience, particularly po in handling adoption cases as certified or accredited by the DSWD to be able to make the assessment and the home study report. So this, Mr. President, is for the aim of providing a bigger pool of social workers in anticipation of the increase, the happy anticipation of the increase of the number of prospective adoptive parents, Mr. President.
Presently, how many social workers have at least 3 years experience in handling adoption cases?
Perhaps, Mr. President, I could base the answer to that. Yes, I can, Mr. President. I can base the answer to that question of the good Senate President by looking at the current complement of social workers in DSWD. By position po sa central office, they have 22 social workers, 8 of them permanent and 14 of them under contract of service. Doon naman po sa field offices, they have 102 social workers, 38 of them permanent, and 64 of them under contract of service. And these social workers, Mr. President, those who are handling adoption cases, one particular competency of theirs is that to make a case study, they need 3 some years of experience in order to, Mr. President, assess the family life, to assess the fitness of the parents, and therefore to make a good recommendation about the matching between each child with a CD-CLAA and the prospective adoptive parents, Mr. President.
So would you say it is safe to say that in all the regional offices, there are social workers who have 3 years experience in adoption cases?
To interject this piece of information, what I'm told by caregiving agencies is ginagawa lang tayong training ground, parang sa mga nurses, Mr. President, that after mga 2 years of experience, they all go abroad. Again, we cannot stop them, but we need to take note of that reality that they live. So after 2 years, assuming that they are a junior aide to a senior social worker, baka hindi na sila umabot dun sa 3 years bago sila tanggapin. So something to take note of, dear colleagues.
Yes, perhaps the distinguished sponsor may look into that issue. I do not have any suggestion at this point. It just came to my attention after you mentioned that. So perhaps we can look into that matter. Baka mabigat
Will
nga
do,
yun.
Mr.
Paano magkakaroon ng 3
President.
years experience after 2 years, maalis na. Yun ang problema. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, baka a licensed social worker will be able to do the job. But nevertheless, let me go to Section 37 of your bill. You are penalizing adoption discrimination acts such as labeling, shaming, bullying, negative stigma. Hindi po malinaw sa akin itong provision na to. Can you explain the elements of this act that you are criminalizing?
Yes, Mr. President. Regarding discriminatory acts, halimbawa po, Mr. President, at ito mula po sa karanasan ng mga adoptive parents na, yung mga successfully nakapag-adopt ng bata na may CD-CLAA. Ang kwento po nila, Mr. President and dear colleagues, is that their children cannot go to, for example, Catholic schools because they don't have baptismal certificate. Ang simbahan naman po needs a birth certificate to baptize. But yung adoption case ay nasa korte pa at that point in time, kaya wala pang birth certificate. And typically po, Mr. President, without a birth certificate, no baptism allowed, at ganun din po sa paaralan. Mula naman po sa DSWD, they have experienced the need to call the attention of concerned individuals or organizations tungkol halimbawa sa yung biro na gamit yung mga pananalitang ampon ka lang or hindi ka mahal ng magulang mo kaya binitawan ka, or within the adoptive family na biruin yung adopted child na hindi ka kasing mahal nung naturally born siblings mo. So ganun po yung ilang mga halimbawa na halaw po, Mr. President, mula sa mga adoptive parents at ganun din po sa DSWD na mga konkretong halimbawa po ng adoption discrimination, Mr. President?
Well, would you say the church or a school ayaw tanggapin dahil wala nung mga papeles na yun? Would you call that discrimination?
Perhaps, Mr. President, it's not intentional. Maybe it's an unintentional discrimination, bunga po ng mga requirements sa paaralan. Pero syempre kahit po yung mga paaralan natin would have to only follow legal requirements of our educational system under current law. Pero kung pwedeng i-provide ng isang administrative adoption law a faster and incidentally less expensive process, gaining also from the previous adoption-related laws that we have, mababawasan na po yung ganyang mga sitwasyon ng ang nagiging epekto ay diskriminasyon dun sa bata o sa estudyante. Additionally, Mr. President, examples of adoption discrimination would be labeling, shaming, bullying, or stigmatizing words with the intent to create a difference in treatment between adopted children and natural born children. Yung iba pa pong kwentong halaw po namin sa mga adoptive parents ay yung mga masasakit na narinig ng mga adoptive children nila tulad ng mga yung kinukutya na ampon, sinasabihan na pinulot sa basura, yung mga ganun pong mga halimbawa, Mr. President.
Yes, it's very common na pinulot sa dumi ng kalabaw.
Grabe po.
We used to do that to my brother, my brother next to me. Because he's the only one who looks like my mom. And all three of us, my other brothers, look like my dad. So we always kid him, mampu ka lang eh. Pulot ka lang eh. Ganun eh. So I'll be criminally liable.
Ay, hindi naman po, Mr. President. May particular settings po na tinutukoy dito, not within the family itself, Mr.
All right.
President.
So, okay, papalagyan natin. You mentioned that kasi mga bullying, stigma,
Opo.
negative stigma, shaming. Sino? Yeah, well, I will not pursue that. I will just go to the intent of the penal provision. Isn't that a penal provision? It must be related to non-compliance or the objective of the law. That's the way I understand it. Pero in this case, the bill is about making adoption process an administrative one. So I think the penal provision, the intention of the penal provision might be misplaced. There might be other laws that cover it already. Well, that's how I look at it, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I'm willing to study that, Mr. President, and at the proper time to consider if the good Senate President will propose proposed amendments. The intention of the penal provisions is to create a protective environment for the adoptive children and their parents, and to support the indeed main objective of the bill, which is to provide for an administrative adoption process. So as I mentioned, Mr. President, at the proper time, I would be willing to consider amendments which would not detract from the overall objective, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that you will study or review that particular portion of the bill. As promised yesterday to the majority leader and to the distinguished lady, I will not prolong my interpellation, and so I will terminate my interpellation at this point, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ready there.
To allow our colleagues to prepare their amendments as agreed upon. Yes, and I believe there's still a few of our colleagues who just want to interpolate still. So we move to suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Ma'am Risa. Thank you.
Thank you,
And,
Majority Leader.
So next on the agenda are three local bills, but of equal importance. Mr. President, may I recognize our distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Local Government to sponsor these measures. I move, Mr. President, to resume consideration of House Bill number 6867 on the committee report number 167. Maybe with the permission of the body, Mr. President, these are three local bills on the redistricting of districts and dividing the province of Maguindanao. With the permission of the body, maybe we can call all of them so that the chairperson can answer questions on any of the three measures, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, so that I don't have to keep closing one and then opening the other, Mr. President. I so move. So we take up, we resume consideration of House Bill number 6867, isa-isa lang. Okay, Mr. President. So, okay, Mr. President, move that we take up and resumes House Bill number 6867.
Yes, is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
We'd like to put on record that Senator Binay has a co-sponsorship speech of House Bill number 6867 to be inserted into the records. This is reapportioning the province of Bulacan, Mr. President.
We take note of that, Majority Leader.
Full
Thank you.
support, I believe.
Thank you,
I know
Senator Binay.
Senator Go. Senator Go may want to put on record his gusto mo basahin for the record? Insert na lang? Yeah. Senator Bongo also, I know he wanted to have co-sponsor the measure. He just indicated to me that he will also insert to the record, submit to the secretary
The same
the
measure.
sponsorship speech for Bulacan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. We take note of that.
Mr. President,
We are in consideration of,
yes, the province of Bulacan. Maybe the presiding officer would like to ask clarificatory questions. I know that you're from Bulacan.
the acting presiding officer is in
Yes,
full
sir.
support,
Of course,
as always.
being the representative of Bulacan in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority.
May I just ask for a 1-minute suspension to confirm with the minority floor leader if I
1
can
minute
close the period of
suspension.
interpellation?
Yes, session suspended for a minute.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our members no longer wish to interpolate the measure. I move that we close the period of interpolation for House Bill number 6867. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to now open the period of amendments and ask the sponsor if there are amendments for the province of Bulacan in the redistricting.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, for House Bill 6867, taken into consideration with Senate Bill 1787, there are no amendments, Mr. President.
Great, very good, Mr. President. Move that we close the period of amendments for this measure.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
With that, Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6867 under Committee Report number 167.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 6867 is approved on second reading.
Congratulations, Mr. President, to the congressman involved and to our chairperson, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Sir President,
And of course, to our senator from Bulacan,
yeah, just a
Senator
very
Jordan.
short manifestation, Mr. President, to express our heartfelt gratitude to our colleagues, especially our hardworking chair of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino. This is indeed a needed legislation to help our beloved province, and we will definitely remember because Bulaqueños remember, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
I love you too. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Salamat. Yeah, kakatawag lang po ni Congressman Pancho and he was very, very happy and thankful to the Senate.
What about Congresswoman Silverio?
All of them, Mr. President, yun, lahat sila magkasama. So, tuntua po sila. So, they appreciate it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let me just state for the record, Mr. President, I just got a call from Congressman Apple Pancho, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congresswoman Lorna Silverio, Mr. President, and again, even the Governor of Bulacan, Governor Daniel Fernando, and Vice Governor Willie Alvarado, expressing their gratitude to the institution, to the senators. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority
Yes.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration to take it up next week for third.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7700 under Committee Report number 169. So,
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the local measure. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Any objection? Hearing none. Interpellation is closed.
And for the record, Mr. President, it's about time that Caloocan be divided into two districts. Caloocan is a very large city, a large population. So, tamang-tama lang po ito. Its time has come. So, Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize our sponsor for any amendments.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, just one committee amendment, Mr. President. On page 1, section 1, page 1, line 6, delete the number 86, Mr. President. So, on
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
With that, Mr. President, there are no other members who wish to propound any amendments. I move to close the period of amendments.
There are other proposed amendments in the committee report. Are you not pursuing this?
Mr. President, the amendment subject to style, I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President, because the previous House bill is still on top of this rostrum. I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. That was the period of individual amendment. That was only one amendment.
Yes, yes,
I understand. All right.
yes, Mr. President.
So,
Just the deletion of the number
Uh,
86, which represents Barangay 86, which was inadvertently typed in this measure, Mr. President.
all right. Okay. So, the majority leader, you're ready to close the period of amendments.
Yes. Oh, 1 second. Sandali lang daw. Sandali lang. Yes, with that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, with that, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7700. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 7700 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
May I just ask for a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President? I'm conferring with the governor of Maguindanao. 1 minute.
All right. I thought you were talking to Senator Drilon.
No, sir. Sa governor of Maguindanao. So, yes.
All right. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take up House Bill number 6413 with the permission of the body. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 6413. Consideration is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no members who wish to interpolate on this measure. Again, this measure also is very timely. Its time has come, Mr. President. There was already a division of Maguindanao before. Unfortunately, it was done through the Autonomous Regions Assembly of the Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao, which was shut down by the Supreme Court. As the Supreme Court said, it is only Congress who can create provinces and cities and municipalities. So they did it the right way. They filed it in the House, approved in the House. It's now with us here in the Senate, just for the record, Mr. President. I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. Mr. President, may I be recognized to propose, may we recognize the sponsor for any committee amendments, Mr. President?
Yes, for the committee amendments, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, for the committee amendments, on page 29, delete lines 21 to 25 with the corresponding renumbering, Mr. President. So delete just page 29, delete lines 21 to 25.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 68, line 27, delete the words 60, parenthesis, numerical number 60, close parenthesis, and replace the same with 90, open parenthesis, numerical figures 90, close parenthesis, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 69, line 13, delete the words 1 year, 1 open parenthesis, numerical number 1, close parenthesis, and year, and replace the same with 6, open parenthesis, numerical number 6, close parenthesis, months. That's on page 69, line 13. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Finally, Mr. President, to renumber the sections previously mentioned affected by the 3 committee amendments I just proposed. I so move, Mr. President.
Any
No.
objection? Hearing none, motion approved.
No further committee amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I propose a individual amendment, Mr. President?
Yes, the majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The name Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao sounds a bit Western. And most of our provinces, except for we have a few like Southern Leyte and Northern Samar. May I make a proposal, Mr. President, and I had already conferred as well with the governor of Maguindanao, if we can rename the 2 provinces to Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, Mr. President. Would the sponsor be acceptable to that, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I think that's the proper way to give the nomenclature for these newly created provinces, considering that northern presupposes an area which is geographically contained, while north represents a grid, Mr. President. So to avoid confusion, I concur with the proposal of the good majority leader that it should be renamed properly as, if I heard it correctly, Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, subject to style, and to encompass all the municipalities in the original bill, Mr. President.
So it's an omnibus motion, Mr. President. All reference to Maguindanao, Northern Maguindanao would be called now Maguindanao del Norte, and all reference to Southern Maguindanao would be called Maguindanao del Sur. And then the title would be now called, Mr. President, an act dividing the province of Maguindanao into 2 provinces, namely Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments adopted.
And just to be sure that, Mr. President, for the record, I'd like to, with the permission of the sponsor, be made co-sponsor of the measures. If can be, Mr. President, for the record, all 3 measures that we approved today, we can be made co-sponsors together with Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Mr. President.
What
An
about
honor-
the presiding
an honor-
officer?
Oh, Mr. President, of course. Your signature will be in the law. But yes, Mr. President,
Thank you.
also the presiding officer, Senate President Soto. So move.
Thank you. Being a former chairman of the Committee on Law and Government, it's an honor to be co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr.
All
President.
right.
With that, we move to approve on second, close the period of interpellation, Mr. President. Amendments, rather. Amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading, House Bill number 6413. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 6413 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to the
Salam.
hardworking chairperson. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. Congratulations po. So, Mr. President, we move to suspend consideration of the measure so we can take it up on third reading.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on, one second. Okay, Kakao?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1741. This is the Cacao Bill, Mr. President, of our distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, the Cacao Queen, Senator Villar, Mr. President.
So the motion is to consider
Yes, Mr. President.
Senate Bill 1741.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
As I mentioned, this is the cacao measure, Mr. President. I move that we recognize the champion of cacao production in the Philippines, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. I wish to submit the following amendments to Senate Bill 1741. Did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
please. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Okay. On page 1, line 7, replace the word Senate with the word state. I so move, Mr. President. On page 1, line 7, replace the word Senate with the word state. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 8, replace the word initiatives with the word industries. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 9, before the word human, insert the word of. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 12, on the word recognized, replace the letter D with letter S. It should be recognizes. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Attorney,
On page 1, lines 21 and 22, delete the phrase the cacao and chocolate capital of the Philippines and replace it with the phrase as the chocolate capital of the Philippines and the entire Region 11 or Davao region, open parenthesis, Davao region, close parenthesis, as the cacao capital of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on page 1, after section 2, insert another section which shall read as follows. Section 3, repealing clause, thus, any law, presidential decree or issuance, executive order, letter of instruction, rule or regulation inconsistent or contrary to the provision of this act is hereby repealed or modified accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Objection. Hearing none, adopted.
On line 24, replace section 3 with section 4. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And the last would be replace the title of the bill as follows. An act declaring the city of Davao as the chocolate capital of the Philippines and the entire Region 11, open parenthesis, Davao region, close parenthesis, as the cacao capital of the Philippines. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no more individual, no? Isinama na po sa committee amendments. Is that correct, Madam
Yes,
Chairperson?
that's all. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
my proposals
Mr.
would have
President.
been carried because Senator Villar has incorporated my proposed amendments to the bill already. Except that actually I wanted to, just for the record, I wanted to convert it into a resolution, but Senator Villar assured me that she will fight for the Senate version.
In the
and that it will
bicameral.
not in the BICAM with the House of Representatives, because the House of Representatives version have many financial implications.
Yes.
But with the assurance of Senator Villar, then we had no longer propose any amendments to the bill. All right.
So with that, Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
All right. Any objection? Chair is none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1741 and the committee report number 163. So moved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1741 is hereby approved on second reading.
Congratulations to our cacao queen, Senator Villar. We are still awaiting the chocolates, Mr. President, that she promised us.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your understanding, and I will send you all cacao candies from Davao City. Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course. And that is, for the record, that is out of her goodness, of the goodness of her heart, not a
Yes.
suhol.
Ano? Tapos na po. Tapos na po yung bill.
Thank you.
Mix yun eh. Tingin ni Mix. Mahilig sa chocolate.
All right.
Oh, humingi po tayo ng chocolates
You're
para
welcome.
mga
You're
senador.
welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend consideration of the same. Take it up.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, we just have three items on the agenda. agenda very quickly. PS resolution, may we resume consideration of PS resolution number 663 and 668, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Considerations in order.
May we recognize the sponsor, our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, to sponsor the blended new resolution, Mr. President, of 663, taking
We are now in the period of amendments for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after conferring with the good Senate President and also distributing copies of the blended resolution this afternoon around 1:24 p.m., I'm ready to propose some amendments, Mr. President, on the pre-agreed version of the blended resolution. So this is, Mr. President, the proposal. Delete the first line. This is on Senate Resolution 663. Delete the first line of page 1 up to the last line of page 2 and replace the deleted portions with the amended version that was distributed to the senators around 1:24 this afternoon. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Then, Mr. President, amend the title to read as follows. A resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to recommend the resumption of face-to-face classes through the immediate launch of the pilot testing of localized limited face-to-face classes in low-risk areas as identified by the Department of Education under risk-based assessment following stringent mitigation measures, strict health protocols, and guidelines of the Department of Health and of the Interagency Task Force on the Management of Emerging and Infectious Diseases to enable the Department of Education to gather evidence on the ground and design a framework for the safe reopening of schools. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, before we adopt the proposed amendment, the Secretariat is asking for a copy so that we are taking it word for word. You are using 663 or 668 as your amended version?
663, Mr. President.
663.
Yes.
All right. So the procedure.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Dillon, you're recognized.
Yes. Are these amendments being introduced in order that we can come up with a blended version, so-called? Is that our
Correct.
understanding, Mr. President?
Yes, correct, precisely.
Yes. Okay. Just for the record. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, the Minority Leader. We are just making sure that the Secretariat is following it properly. Therefore, when we started, the sponsor was amending Senate Resolution 663, and he has already proposed the deletion of the particular lines and has introduced already into the records.
Yes.
Now the Secretariat is looking at the copy that you read.
Just for the record, Mr. President, this is a blended version of Senate Resolution 663
And 668.
and 668.
Correct.
Taken to consideration the comments of Senator Ping Lacson and Senator Cayetano yesterday, Mr. President.
Yes, correct.
And Senator Villanueva, Mr. President.
So are we set on this?
We also took
Okay na.
into consideration the proposals of Senator Angara, Mr. President.
When we started, what was the first amendment that you proposed, Your Honor?
Mr. President, when we started, my proposal was to delete first line
Oh,
of
page
page
one.
1
Up to the last line of page 2.
after the last line of page 2, Mr.
And
President.
you replaced the deleted portions with the amended version that was distributed to the senators at around 1:24 this afternoon.
Correct, Mr. President.
All right. And what was this?
Can I butt in? Mr.
What
President,
was this? What is the amended version that replaces these deleted portions?
Mr. President. Maybe just to clarify, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Instead of saying blended and amending the two resolutions, we can do by substitution.
By substitution.
So we can actually file a new resolution agreed upon by everyone, Mr. President. That would make, I think, it much more easier,
Yes.
Mr. President.
In effect, Mr. President, good majority floor, this is an amendment by substitution.
So it is an amendment by substitution.
Correct, Mr. President, because we distributed the blended version this afternoon at 1:24, Mr. President.
Yeah, so to maintain the number, to retain the resto number. Okay, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
So
if
for
there's
the
no-
record,
yes.
it is still 663, but it is already taking into consideration 668, but already a substituted, is amended
Resolution.
by substitution. By
Yes.
the version, but the copy that was distributed, the amended
Yes.
version was distributed.
So we don't really need to, I don't really feel the need that we have to talk about the amendments because there's no longer any amendments. We amended the whole measure, Mr. President. So we just have to agree to adopt it or not to adopt it, Mr. President. Of course, with the permission of our colleagues in the minority and the majority.
Well, still, we will need to read the title into the record.
Yes, Mr. President.
Uh,
So maybe I can move that we consider the measure, Mr. President, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure as a motion, Mr. President.
hindi pa niya ina-amend eh.
No, I made the motion, Mr. President, to amend
Made the motion
title.
already and you read the title already?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
All right, all right.
So may we request, Mr. President, the Secretary to read the new title of the
Hmm.
substituted resolution.
Ito. Ito na.
Tama ba? Yeah.
Ito. Di ba yan? Nasa agenda ito.
Pinawin ko lang alin ang tunay na title.
Let's have a 1-minute suspension.
Mr. President, so that I believe it has to be formally filed with the Secretariat, so we'll give it a few minutes. I move to suspend consideration of the measure for the meantime.
All right, hearing no objection, consideration of Resolution 663 is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two measures for sponsorship, really quickly. I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 8631 under Committee Report number 188.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order. Oh, no,
President.
sorry, transfer.
Transfer. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to consider House Bill number 8631 and ask the Secretary to read the title.
All
of
right,
the measure.
hearing no objection, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8631, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Bienvenido Morejon Marañon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairman of the Committee on Justice, no other than Senator Richard J. Gordon.
The gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Damas y caballeros, buenas noches.
De nada.
Mr. President, I have the honor to recommend the conferment of Philippine citizenship by way of naturalization to a young man who is very enthusiastic about being a Filipino. He's been here for more than 5 years playing for the team, for the football team, and not in Manila, Mr. President, in the Visayas, which is now the capital of Philippine football. I think in Negros, in Bacolod, and I'm sure Frank Dillon knows in Baratok Nuevo, Frank? Baratok Nuevo is where football is very, very popular. Iloilo. So, Mr. President, this young man lost his father, and he regrets that his father would not be here in case his citizenship is conferred upon him. But his mother certainly is enthusiastic about him. And Mr. President, in accordance with the Constitution number 4, our Section 1, Article 4, the fourth provision of the following are citizens of the Philippines is those who are naturalized in accordance with law. Now, Mr. President, are we getting this young man because he's going to win football games for us? Mr. President, that is a consideration. I would be lying if I said no. Yes, no. But in reality, he can win it for us, or he may not. But the point is, certainly it is a big step in his life to change his citizenship. And let me just point out, Mr. President, that as we celebrate our 500th year of Spain, I want to remind everybody that any one of us can become a citizen of Spain if we spend 2 years in Spain and start speaking Spanish, Chabacano, or whatever you have, and show that we have integrity. And this is the case here, Mr. President. The other day when we had him, I'm glad Mixubiri was there and Senator Angaro was there. We made him recite the national anthem. And according to him, his favorite hero is Lapu-Lapu, and that because he showed courage. And I told him, you only like Lapu-Lapu because he killed a Portuguese, not a Spaniard, because Magellan was a Portuguese, Mr. President. But in reality, Mr. President, the young man has a very affable character, certainly no derogatory record for all our investigating agencies, and certainly a young man that wants to learn and would like to take his place as a winner with the Philippine team, Mr. President. The proposal granting citizenship to Senor Marañon is persevered by the cultural and moral attachment, and it is demonstrated through civic actions which promoted sports and the well-being of those he generously aided. He came here on 17 May 2015 to play for Ceres Negros Football Club, one of the teams in the Philippines Football League. Since playing for the team, he received recognition such as the top scorer of the league in 2017 and 2019, and the best import player in 2017, 2018, and 2019. In 2019, he was a top scorer of the AFC League, or the ASEAN Football Confederation, an annual continental club football competition organized by the Asian Football Confederation and participated in by 35 teams or 36 teams. He acts towards the needs of our fellow men as he engages himself in community work, collaborating with local football clubs in Negros Occidental, Aklan, as well as in Manila. He wants to inspire and encourage the Filipino youth to play the sport that saved him from vices and other bad habits. In fact, Mr. President, I wanted him to become a member of Red Cross Philippines because Cruz Roja is a very, very close associate of the Philippine Red Cross. And he has said yes. Through his commitments to the community and his dreams of building a home and a future here, he has signified his intention to become a fully participatory member of our country. Sa prosesong ito at sa aking pagiging nilay-nilay, naangkop na ating balikan ang kamalayan at pagpapahalaga sa ating pagkakakilalanan, ang diwa at puso ng pagiging Pilipino sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, and I respectfully request that the Senate approve his request for citizenship, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I be able to sponsor, with the permission of the main sponsor, to co-sponsor the measure? Maybe recommend.
Yes, go ahead, Majority Leader.
Thank you. This measure was my measure that I filed. Buenos tardes, señoras and señoritos, especially to our chairman. Hanggang doon na lang yung Kastila ko. Yung Kastila kong nalalaman ay pagkain na po. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today at the co-sponsor committee report number 188, which seeks to grant Philippine citizenship to Buenvenido Moreon Marañon. Mr. Marañon, by the way, Mr. President, this has no relation to your party mate, the Marañons of Negros Occidental, although he spent most of his professional career in Negros. Mr. Marañon was born in 15th of May 1986 in Cadiz City, Spain. Spain. He came to, I hope I pronounced it well. My chairman knows how it is pronounced with a Z, Mr. President. But he came to the Philippines on May 17, 2015 to play for Ceres Negros Football Club. And since then, he has been named the top scorer of the Philippine Football League in 2017, 2019, 2020, and the best import player in 2017, 2018, 2019. He was also the top scorer of the AFC Cup, an annual continental club football competition organized by the Asian Football Confederation, participated in by 36 teams in 2019 in 2020. He's also the pambansang crush ng the football community. Lahat ng staff ko na babae, Mr. President, at gustong maging babae ay nagpa-picture sa kanya.
Babae lang?
Lahat po. Pati yung mga macho sa opisina gusto magpa-picture sa kanya. In the 5 years that he has been playing football in the Philippines, Mr. President, Mr. Marañon has come to love the country and its people. He has embraced the Filipino culture and has taken the time to learn the language, given the effort to learn our history. We were all witnesses during the committee hearing when he proudly sang the Philippine national anthem. And we were all pleasantly surprised, including our chairperson, with his hand on his chest during the hearing of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights last 24th February. He sings it better than some people I know, Mr. President. He engages himself in community work in Negros Occidental, Aklan, as well as in Manila, and he dreams of someday establishing a football academy in the country to inspire and encourage our Filipino youth, provide them a chance of a better life through football. Mr. Marañon is very talented, smart, skillful player who can take on all offensive positions, and I believe that this will make him a great addition to our national football team, the Ascals. And I also like to credit their coach, Coach Dan Palami, who went to visit me who asked me for my support to sponsor this great football player. I also believe that more than his great talent and skill, Mr. President, is his genuineness, positivity, and humility make him someone that our children can look up to. Totoo po yan. I did my homework, Mr. President. He really is a nice guy, very amiable, approachable, quite funny, and he'll be a great addition to our Philippine team. We thank our good sponsor, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Richard J. Gordon, who is very good in Spanish, although he's from American descent, maybe Mexican-American descent, Mr. President. But we hope that with this measure, Mr. Marañon will be given the honor to continue his work as an upstanding member of the Filipino community. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. With that,
Your chairperson studied in Letran, that's why he speaks Spanish.
that's why. Muy bien,
Oh.
El Presidente. Muy bien. Mr.
Senator,
President, with that, to allow our colleagues to study
wait,
the measure.
Senator
Yes.
Sani Angara is
Yes.
seeking the floor. You're recognized, Senator Angara.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just like to seek the permission of our good chair and our good majority leader to be a co-author of the measure. And I think we're very privileged to have someone as skilled as Bienvenido wish to obtain Philippine citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the
Yes.
record,
Majority Leader. Yeah.
so to allow our colleagues to study the measure a bit further, we move to suspend consideration of the same.
Before we take action, Senator Gordon, you were raising a hand.
Yes.
No, Mr. President, I was going to say willingly to anyone who wants to be co-author. This young man is indeed a very, very good asset to the Philippines and will enrich the fabric of our country. Marami na mga mestizo katulad na niyan dito, Mr. President, si Senator Soto, mestizo. Castilla Loy. Tatagdagan pa natin. Si Subiri, si Senator Subiri, ay Castilla na hindi marunong mag-Castilla. Vasco de Gama.
No, habla español, poquito nomás, sí. No, I have to correct you,
Perhaps,
Mr. President. I have to correct the distinguished gentleman from Zambales. I am not a Spanish. I'm Basque.
I said Basque.
Basque descent.
I said-
Basque.
I
You
said Basque.
Okay.
Vasco de
Anyway.
Gama nga, pangalan ng tao.
perhaps what we would need would be those who are interested to be co-sponsors.
Yes.
We cannot be co-authors because this is the
House version.
House bill. House
May we
bill.
recognize the minority floor leader, Mr. President? He's raising
Yes,
his hand.
the minority leader is recognized before we take action on the motion of the majority leader.
Thank you, President. I was not going to intervene until I heard the minority leader says he is a Basque. People coming from the Basque region in Spain are the rebellious type. They would stage rebellions, armed rebellions against the central government. I'm wondering if that kind of trait is carried in by Subiri in Bukidnon. Very dangerous. People from the Basque region are the Elizaldes, Iturriaga, Subiris now. So we must place of record our concern that our majority leader is from the Basque region and he may lead the secession of the Senate from the Philippine government. Thank you very much.
Fair warning. Fair warning.
Actually, Mr. President, for the record, that's true. The reason why my grandfather left Spain was he could not stomach Franco, General Francisco Franco, and that he was part of the nationalist movement, yung mga nationalista at the time, and not the party, Nacionalista Party, but the nationalist movement then, and part of the revolution in the 1930s. So because his life was in danger, together with four brothers and one sister, they migrated to the Philippines and migrated to Negros Occidental, Mr. President, because at that time, Negros Occidental had a lot of Spanish mestizos, so he felt right at home. And he promised never to go back to Spain until Franco was removed from power. Unfortunately, Mr. President, he passed away ahead of Generalissimo Franco. So, but that is the true story, and the good gentleman from Iloilo is absolutely correct, Mr. President. And but that's
Anyway,
that's in the past.
yeah, the
So moving
motion is, we call on the previous question.
Yes, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, or there's two more. Of course, the resolution of Senator Sherwin. We'll just take this up, Mr. President, for sponsorship. I move that we consider or transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, House Bill number 8632.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
I move that we consider House Bill number 8632, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title.
House Bill number 8632, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame.
May we recognize our distinguished colleague and the gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard J. Gordon, to sponsor the measure.
Gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Please, thank you. Mr. President, it is always a privilege to stand in the Senate, principally because we are a Senate of good people, Mr. President. And I am happy to sponsor today an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame. He is homegrown, Mr. President. He studied here in the Ateneo in high school, grade 12, Mr. President. Talagang homegrown. Hindi katulad ng mga import natin, sila blatch, pupunta lang dito, tapos magpapa-citizenship, tapos forget na tayo dun sa kanila. I never was so comfortable about that, in all fairness, and with apologies to Mr. Blatch or to others. But of course, I don't want the Senate to be accused that we are getting citizens because we want to win championships. We do want to win championships, but we want to do so, get Filipino citizens in principle that, like I said, will add to the fabric of the character of this country. Now, Mr. President, I am proud to sponsor Ange Kwame. I know him personally. He is such a gentleman, a gentle giant, if you will. And he had a Filipino family, a foster family, that took care of him and gave him the values. When you talk to him, sir, he will say, "Thank you po, salamat po," at marunong siyang kumilala. Sabi niya, "You don't have to hit me. We can just play basketball and we will play fair." That is a fact, Mr. President. At hindi niyo nakita nagagalit siya, na nangahabol, but he always gives his heart to the team. Above all, Mr. Kwame has shown that he really wants to be a citizen, Mr. President. He took time out to study our history, and gentleman Kwame is from Côte d'Ivoire, or Côte Ivory Coast, Mr. President. And, you know, as I told him, you know, Mr. Kwame, privilege is, citizenship is not a privilege. It's a privilege, it is not a right. You have to earn it. I would not want it said that the Senate granted you citizenship just because we want to use you for a basketball. But in fact, Mr. President, everyone I've talked with has talked very highly about this young man. And certainly, he is not only homegrown, he'll be the first homegrown player. 6'11", ang height niya, already still growing, Mr. President. And he could easily have gone to Europe to play basketball there, or even the NBA, tried his luck there. He has decided to stay here, Mr. President. How I wish Kai Soto can play here as well, because with two giants like this, sigurado panalo tayo. And even with Kai Soto alone, alam ko mananalo tayo ng maigi sapagkat Kai Soto has grown out to be himself. But everyone pursues his dream, Mr. President. And I'm happy that we have Kwame, and one day he will also play with Kai Soto, hopefully in the Olympics if we qualify. So, Mr. President, I told him citizenship is a privilege and not a right. Kalapit ng pagiging Pilipino ay ang mga karapatan at responsibilidad na maging tapat at totoo sa sagisag ng ating bansa. Kaku Ernst Frank Williams Kwame has dominated the basketball scene and earned the favor of the Filipino crowd with his commitment and desire to continue living in the Philippines. The 6'11", I say, nakalagay dito 10, pero I know he's 6'11" already, averaged 12.5 points, 11.8 rebounds, 2.9 blocks, and 1.4 assists to lead the Ateneo de Manila University Blue Eagles into a 16-0 sweep and three-peat title conquest in the UAAP Season 82. He was the Rookie of the Year in September in Season 81. Like I said, he's a homegrown talent, having the physical strength and skill as an athlete. He has the mental fortitude that he takes into any game. And mind you, Mr. President, in Ateneo, if you don't make the grade, you will be kicked out. And his quality point index is above average, Mr. President. Kaya maraming natanggal sa Ateneo noong nakaraang taon because hindi nakapasa. Ang gusto lang mag-basketball. Si Kwame gustong mag-aral at gamitin yung kanyang pinag-aralan para magamit sa kanyang piniling bansa. He has the mental fortitude that he takes into any game. Not only that, he demonstrates as an incredible athlete and a respectable person that he has the values that make him eligible for the grant of citizenship, Mr. President. He's studying a Bachelor of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies, Mr. President. Our fiduciary role today is one based on acting as a citizen on behalf of the citizenry in carrying out our public duties, and is founded on the virtues enshrined in the fundamental law of the land. As we move towards embracing ASAN, we believe the interests of the people and the nation are relevant matters that he has put his heart into. I heard my good friend Senator Subiri say that ako Amerikano ako. No, Mr. President. Si Senator Subiri aksidente. Pinanganak siyang Pilipino na. Dito siya pinanganak. Ang tatay ko, pinili niyang maging Pilipino. Amerikano po siya. At hindi siya pinilit na maging Pilipino, hindi siya nag-apply. Siya mismo nag-Pilipino at binigyan pa ng medalya sa pagiging guerrilla. Napaka-humble ng tatay ko na hindi sinabi sa amin. At ang lolo ko, ang tumalo sa lolo ni Senator Subiri sa Battle of Imus, Mr. President. Hindi ko alam kung kamag-anak kaya. Pero tinalo ng lolo ko na si Jose Tagle. Yan, si General Aguirre, Mr. President. Levity aside, and I'm glad we can still laugh in spite of the pandemic because that is the way we are. We're all good friends here. I'd like to see, for example, Sani Angara who wants him to play for UP. I'd like to see him play for UP as well. Kung gusto niya, kausapin niya, baka maghati, pumunta naman sa UP. I wouldn't mind, Mr. President. But certainly, to Mr. Kwame, enjoy the rights of and benefits of citizenship, but also recognize that responsibilities that come with it. You and me and the rest of the citizenry, it is our moral duty to make this country better than we found it. And Mr. Kwame should be able, along with Mr. Bienvenido Marañon, who, by the way, is not related to the Marañons of Negros who were both governors, Mr. President. I hope that not just for ourselves or our families, but for our neighbors and future generations to come, Kwame and Marañon does us proud. For all this, Mr. President, and by the way, all the senators of the committee signed this, along with Mr. Marañon, along with Mr. Kwame, they all signed the proposal, Mr. President. I respectfully request our colleagues to approve the citizenship application of Angelo Ernst Kwame.
One day. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, maybe I move also to recognize Senator Angara, I believe, and Senator Joel after, and Senator Bongo to sponsor. So may we recognize Senator Angara first, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Distinguished colleagues, I'm honored to co-sponsor this Senate bill granting Philippine citizenship to Angelo Kwame. We thank the chairman of the Senate Justice Committee, Senator Richard Gordon, for swiftly reporting this important measure to the floor, along with the measure to naturalize Bienvenido Marañon Morejon, despite his many responsibilities as chair of the Philippine Red Cross that's helping the nation recover from the pandemic. Mr. Angelo Ange Kwame has dominated the sport of basketball since his arrival in the Philippines last 2016. The 6'10" Ivorian recruit of the Ateneo de Manila University served as the centerpiece of their men's basketball team. Upon his 2018 debut, Kwame's sterling performances, averaging double-doubles in points and in rebounds, made him the UAAP Rookie of the Year and steered the Blue Eagles to win the UAAP championship, causing Senator Gordon to ditch his UP jacket and wear his Ateneo jacket. His dominance on the court was put on full display the following year, where he served as the defensive anchor of the team's undefeated 16-0 campaign and their second consecutive championship. Angelo Kwame's passion for basketball garnered him numerous praises from his coaches, local basketball analysts, and fans. His love for the game began when Ange first played street basketball as an escape from the grief of losing his father. In fact, a younger Ange Kwame would more likely be seen playing football since it was the more popular sport in his country. Fortunately, he took advantage of the fact that he was taller than many of his peers and took a shot at making it big in basketball. From having very little knowledge of the sport back in the Ivory Coast, he has definitely proven that he can thrive here and, as our chairman has said, elsewhere, Mr. President. In preparation for his citizenship, Ange has already trained with members of the Philippine national team, and hopefully we can pass this bill in time for elimination matches of Gilas in late March of this year, Mr. President. The national team's head coach, Jong Uichico, describes Kwame as the missing piece for Gilas Pilipinas to move forward, since the Philippines, as you know, is height challenged. And as our chairman has also mentioned, a front line of Kwame with Kai Soto and perhaps Junmar Fajardo after recovering from injury would really be a leveling up for our country. Kwame's brilliant playing style is not confined to his scoring and rebounding ability, but extends to his defense, being able to masterfully protect the rim, block shots, as well as to keep up with smaller and agile guards. Pundits have even praised how Kwame's humility and willingness to listen makes him a great fit for the Gilas Pilipinas program. During the committee hearing, Mr. President, Ange vowed that he would always be present when needed by the Philippine national team. He declared that he would help Gilas Pilipinas beyond his playing days, and he would even start setting down roots since he has many close friends and considers the country his home. I'm proud to report before this August chamber that Angelo Kwame has accepted the invitation of the SBP, or Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas, of which this representation is an officer, to be part of the Philippine national team as a naturalized player. The naturalization of athletes through legislation is not without precedent. In 1985, the Philippine basketball team, composed of naturalized players Dennis Steele, Jeff Moore, and Chip England, won the Jones Cup and the ABC Championships, now known as the FIBA Asia Championships. Other naturalized athletes have likewise brought honor to the country, not just in basketball, but also in swimming, Mr. President. And of course, in recent years, naturalized cagers Marcus Douthit and Andre Blatch have also contributed to the success of Gilas Pilipinas and have increased local basketball's competitiveness. Mr. President, Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame is primed to make a significant contribution to Philippine basketball. He is ready and able and willing to play for the national team. So hopefully we can solicit our colleagues' support for these measures, which were fast-tracked by our very dynamic chairman, Senator Gordon. And as they say, Laban Pilipinas, Puso. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is my distinct honor and privilege to co-sponsor the measure alongside with our hardworking chair of the committee, Senator Richard Gordon, and basketball aficionado colleague, Brad, seatmate, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, as a Filipino and as a former member of the national team and basketball enthusiast, it is my honor to support the granting of Philippine citizenship to Mr. Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame. As a student athlete of the Ateneo de Manila University, Mr. Kwame has dominated, Mr. President, obviously dominated the collegiate basketball scene. And believe me, Mr. President, we are in the receiving end in the last UAAP championships, including UP Maroons, Mr. President. When Senator Gordon was flashing all these pictures, nakikita ko, Mr. President, puro UST Tigers yung naka-background at puro mga taga-UST yung malungkot doon sa background. Masakit, Mr. President, but more than anything, I think he has also captivated, Mr. President, the admiration and support of many Filipinos, both young and old, Mr. President. He has embraced the Filipino culture and traditions and our people and has made the Philippines his home. More importantly, Mr. President, Mr. Kwame commits himself to helping the country's chances in the 2021 FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers by joining the players of Gilas Pilipinas, as mentioned a while ago by our distinguished colleagues, the country's flag bearer in basketball against the world. Mr. President, ang naturalization po at pagbibigay ng Philippine citizenship kay Kwame, Mr. Kwame, ay tiyak na magpapatingkad ng kulay sa ating bandila at magpapaimbulog ng lipad ng mga Pilipinong atleta. Laban Pilipinas, puso. Thank you very much and God bless us all.
Yes, Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, if I may, I just want to manifest my intent to be a co-sponsor of this measure, which will help Philippine basketball. Fellow colleagues here in the Senate, sports enthusiasts, and everyone in attendance, thank you for allowing me to make a short manifestation of support. Mr. President, in 2016, a young man named Angelo Kwame came to the Philippines with one thing in mind: to play basketball. Determined to succeed, he endured the language barrier and learned all about the basics of full 5-on-5 basketball here, all while learning our customs, traditions, and ideologies. In 2018, Kwame suited as a rookie for the reigning champions, the Ateneo Blue Eagles, in the UAAP season 81. His impact was immediate. He won the Rookie of the Year award, finished second in player statistical points, had the most number of blocks in a game that season, and most importantly, helped Ateneo to a 12-2 record and win the championship. He also joined the Ateneo Blue Eagles in representing the Philippines in the 2018 William Jones Cup held in New Taipei City, Taiwan, leading the team in rebounds in multiple games. He helped Ateneo to a very good 5-3 record. He continued his improvement the following year in UAAP season 82. He again finished second in player statistical points, again had the most number of blocks in a game that season, and helped Ateneo win literally all of their games, including the regular season and the finals. Without a doubt, Kwame has proven himself with his dedication to his craft. He continues to his basketball skills to the Philippines. He loves the rabid Filipino basketball fan base. He loves this country. He even has our flag on his Instagram account. Mr. President, in granting Kwame Philippine citizenship, we will definitely bolster our country's chances in several upcoming basketball tournaments, including 2021 FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers. But beyond that, we would have a new brother that we can proudly call Filipino. Mr. President, I reiterate my intent to be a co-sponsor of this said measure, granting Philippine citizenship to Mr. Angelo Kwame. Thank you, Mr. President, with Senators Angara, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Manny Pacquiao, and yours truly. Meron na tayong first five with Kwame at the center spot. Kulang na lang natin tournament. Wala tayong masalihan dahil bawal pang mag-basketball. And Senator Gordon and Sir Frank Drilon, baka pwede kayong maging team manager na naming 5. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and also, Mr. President, I'd be honored if the Senator Drilon, Mr. President, maybe we recognize Senator Drilon.
Yes, Senator Drilon is recognized.
I was wondering if the good sponsor, Senator Gordon, is open to the period of interpellation and so that we can dispose of this bill tonight. Yeah. I have a few, just one question.
Maybe.
Go ahead, Senator Gordon is on record.
Willingly, Your Honor.
Yes, Senator Gordon, Senator Drilon may ask the question, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I heard with your permission, Mr. President, Senator Angara enumerated the athletes that we granted Philippine citizenship. Senator Gordon specifically mentioned Mr. Blatz, if I recall correctly, who having been granted Philippine citizenship, afterwards, nawala na. Now, this is the reason for my concern, Mr. President. Firstly, for the record, I have no objections to the grant of citizenship to Mr. Ngayon and Mr. Kuwame. I will, in advance for the record, I will vote for this bill. But I am just concerned about the way the Philippine citizenship has been treated by those who we previously gave the honor. And what can we do so that the grant of citizenship by Congress can be given more value than what we have seen in the past?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a very serious concern. I appreciate that. I share your concern. I asked Mr. Kwame that before he went in. I saw him before, and I said, your most serious threat to your citizenship is that you're just going to use your citizenship to play for a champion team if you can make them champions. My most serious concern is that after you're done with, you will go back to Côte d'Ivoire. And he said to me that he loves this country. He has foster parents here. He has many friends. And of course, I didn't stop there. I also asked many of my friends in the Ateneo basketball team what they thought of him. And he said he really loves this country. He knows the history. And certainly, he wants to make his life here, Mr. President. Perhaps Mr. Blatch left because this is not his life. This guy, Kwame, studied in the Ateneo in high school. You know, there's nothing like studying with friends in high school because that creates a network that you have forever. And that he has studied in college and that he's made a lot of good friends everywhere in the Ateneo. And certainly, Mr. President, he's a very, very good sportsman. Like I said, pag nasasaktan na siya sa game, kinakausap niya pa yung mga player na nananakit sa kanya, and he said yes. In fact, Mr. President, I also asked him, what does your family think about this? And he said that I have the blessings of my mother. And that's precisely why he said, I wish my father was also around so he could see me play here and they would have loved the country that I've chosen. The only reason my mother cannot come here is because she's working in the government, Mr. President. And I guess he expects that when he is able to fund for himself, and I said, I do not want you to be a ward of the state, beyond basketball, you must be able to take care of yourself. You cannot be a ward of the state na aasahan mo ang Estado. Ang sabi niya, certainly that's why I'm studying in Ateneo and I would like to get a degree. So, Mr. President, I just want to correct one remark here made by Senator Angara. And I take not umbrage, but delight in the fact that he can distinguish in the colors of Ateneo and the colors of UP, which I wore proudly, which I wear proudly. When I go to the game, Mr. President, I wear the Red Cross jacket. I don't wear an Ateneo jacket, and I don't wear the UP jacket because I love my school. So I also love USC because I came from a Dominican school, like with like Senator Soto, and I also love Letran. I have a very bad habit of making sure that I respect my roots, and I think this young man has also gotten that. He will have respected his here. Certainly, his mature life, his adult life has been spent here, and I think I'm willing to bet Senator Subiri's godfather or grandfather that he will stay here, Mr. President.
Well, yes, we do appreciate those comments, and we have no doubt about the sincerity of Mr. Kwame and his desire to become a citizen of the Philippines. But I am more interested in a policy direction so that, events that you have mentioned about past grants would not be repeated. Yes, Mr. Kwame has all the qualifications, and more particularly, from the basis of your statement, sincerely wants to acquire Philippine citizenship. This is clearly a personal commitment of his, but we must guard against the blanches of tomorrow. That they just get Philippine citizenship for convenience. Again, I'm not saying that Mr. Kwame is of the same attitude, has the same attitude or the same kind, but as a policy issue, how do we prevent the repetition of the Blanche incident of this world?
I'm afraid we can't, Mr. President, because citizenship is a matter of choice. It's a matter of principled commitment. And I suggest that I'd love to introduce all the senators to Mr. Kwame and Mr. Marañon, because I think you like them both. I think you can see and read through their minds. But a matter of policy, Mr. President, I really do not want to be one of those countries in the Caribbean where you buy citizenship for $50,000 or $70,000 or $25,000. I do not agree, for example, that we give citizenship just because you are able to provide $30,000 or $35,000 and become a pogo man here in our country. Our citizenship has to be well protected. Our integrity, our dignity has got to be well protected. On the other hand, Mr. President, I'm even willing to scout for good material, and I have a couple in mind which I hope I would have the privilege of presenting here. I had a good occasion to find young men, very, very young men who grew up here in Manila, took up their grade school and high school and then college, for example, in Switzerland, and has helped me tremendously in the Red Cross, making all the computer instruments or systems or the QR code, and work very, very fast, because I think these are the kind of citizens we must have. And they're also desirous of Philippine citizenship. I've also had the occasion to work with people from the American Red Cross. There's a Taliban guy there, and I call him Taliban, but he's really Afghan. His family values are good. His children work with us in the summer, and they're all very good in math and physics. And he would like to be a Philippine citizenship. I would not be, please don't be surprised if one of these days I present them, because to my mind, a good citizen must enrich our country, must become models of our country in terms of hard work, in terms of study, in terms of the pursuit of excellence. In the past, as if Senator Dillon and I know, there have been citizens that had a price tag on them, and that who got to be citizens because malaki ang cash sunduan ng mga nakaraan. And in this particular case, this is not the case. I have heard no person push Mr. Kwame to me. My classmate is Manny Pangilinan. I've also been the one who has to tell him, Manny, classmate, oh, si Kwame ready na. Bahala ka na, but he will be a very good asset to us. And he's never pushed it, and I appreciated that. But in the case of all the others that I'm sure Senator Dillon is referring to, we do have to make a policy that whenever we get somebody as a citizen of this country, it must be a sincerely informed choice and a sincere commitment to become an asset to the country. Certainly, in the case of Spain, they allow us citizenship. Certainly, it may be said that in America, we have tens of thousands of citizens in other countries. And certainly in Germany, we have nurses that have become German citizens, or for that matter, English nurses that have become Filipino nurses that have become English ladies. In fact, if you saw the first picture of the vaccine, it was done by a Filipino who spoke a rather mean dash of Cockney, Mr. President. All right, was it Cockney, Sani Angara, Senator Angara? Sounded to me like Cockney. But she was Filipino. But is it the language or the intonation, or is it the desire to make his way or to make their way and make a success of their own, but at the same time carry still the values of Filipino, of respect for parents, respect for the country, that I see in other countries brought about by Filipinos. It's hard to make a policy, but it's not insurmountable, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the good gentleman from Iloilo is satisfied by the comprehensive answer of the good gentleman from Zambales. I recognize the minority leader.
Go ahead, the minority leader.
The majority leader is very kind. He says comprehensive. He actually meant long answer.
Mr. President, I have come as I go into my mature years to be tolerant of the majority floor leader. I know that you taught him, but he has not learned as much as you have in terms of wisdom, Mr. President.
Yeah, I have a lot to learn, Mr. President, coming from the good gentleman from Iloilo and Zambales. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
We thank them for that, and I hope it satisfies the query of the good minority floor leader. Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. President. And just to add, if I may be given the opportunity, Mr. President, to also be a co-sponsor of this measure with the permission of Senator Gordon. I had the opportunity to sponsor.
always.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Gordon. I had the opportunity to sponsor Marcos Douthit a long time ago, almost a decade ago, Mr. President. And fortunately, I believe his heart still is Filipino because he married, if I'm not mistaken, his wife is a Filipina. So, yun. And so, Mr. President, to allow our colleagues, and of course, by tradition, we don't really approve measures immediately after sponsorship. We can suspend and take this up again tomorrow for second reading. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, for the record, we'd like to put on record Senator Gatchalian, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bongo, would like to be made co-sponsors of the two citizenship measures, Mr. President. Thank you. Just for the
All
record.
right, we place that on record.
So, Mr. President, let's move forward
President.
to the last, I think. Yes, Mr. President. May we recognize
Let
Senator
me just
Gordon.
thank our colleagues and for their support here. I think I'm glad that we discussed this in a debate. Certainly, Senator Dillon posed some very, very pointed questions that I think we ought to consider every time there is an application. And I am very, very appreciative of the comments made by Senator Angara, by Senator Subiri, and by Senator Villanueva, who, in spite of the fact that he is a UST Goldie star, still managed to come out and sponsor it. And certainly, I am glad that a Lasalite by the name of Bongo also sponsored an Atenean by the name of Hans Kwame. I'd like to thank all our colleagues. Thank you all very much. Even those who are watching there, I think they know that we're headed on the right track here. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just to correct the records, Mr. President, I have no idea about the UST Goldies. Hindi ko naabutan. UST Tigers na po ako, Mr. President. Mr. President.
1950s ba yung Goldies? 50s ba yun? Oh, tama. But you know, Mr. President, I also like to correct I'd like to also point out an observation that we made together with Senator Angara and Senator Nancy Binay every time we watch the UP Ateneo Championship. Na natatalo kami dahil kay Kwame. Kaya nga, nag-champion yung UP
Mr.
Ateneo.
President, UP did not make it in the
No, we
UAP finals.
We didn't make it, but it was the domestic league.
Okay, just to make sure that the records are clear,
UP
Mr. President.
Ateneo Championship Games. Oh naman, nakikialam kasi Mr. President ang taga Bulacan na kaibigan ko. Mr. President, I just want to point out an observation that we had seen with Senator Angara and Senator Nancy Binay. We had a colleague there wearing a Ateneo jacket but a maroon shirt inside. Sino kaya po yun? Tawa po si Senator Angara online. Yeah.
Hindi ako yun.
Please, kayo po yan, Senator Gordon? Kayo po yan, nakita
Hindi ako yun. Hindi ako yun.
Ay, hindi pala si Senator Angara, Senator Gordon. Just kidding, Mr. President. Levity aside, we move on to the last topic of conversation. Finally, Mr. President, Mr. President, the proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute to PS Resolution number 666 has been submitted to the Secretariat by the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Was the number right?
So this is, your motion is to
Yes. So, Mr. President,
consider again, 663.
yes, I move that we
All right.
consider the measure once again.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration. It's in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve the same, Mr. President.
No, the,
The amendments. I move that we approve the
let us first go
amendments
to
by
the proposed
substitution.
amendment
I so
in
move.
the nature of a substitute
That's
no?
correct, Mr. President.
to PS Resolution 663 as recommended by Senator Gatchalian. So maybe ask the secretary to read the title now.
The new title, Mr. President, of the substitute measure.
Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to recommend the resumption of face-to-face classes through the immediate launch of the pilot testing of localized limited face-to-face classes in low-risk areas as identified by the Department of Education under risk-based assessment following stringent mitigation measures, strict health protocols and guidelines of the Department of Health and of the Interagency Task Force on the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases to enable the Department of Education to gather evidence on the ground and design a framework for the safe reopening of schools.
All right. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, if there are no amendments, as this is a substitute measure, I move to adopt Senate Resolution number 663, taking into consideration Senate Resolution number 668, and be approved, Mr. President. by the
Any
body.
objection? Hearing none. PS Resolution 663 as amended, taking into consideration 668, is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, and we'd like to thank our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and of course the sponsor, principal sponsor, Senator Vicente Soto III, our Senate President.
The gentleman from Zambales is seeking the floor. You are recognized, Senator Gordon. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I just want to iterate my request if I can be made co-author of this resolution, Mr. President.
All right.
I as well, Mr. President, for the record.
Yes, we place it on record. I think there were some manifestations
That's
that
correct, Mr.
all the
President. All
other
members of the
members-
Senate will be made.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, thank
Okay,
you. I
so recorded.
So recorded. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, March 3, 2021. Have a
Any
good evening.
objection? Hearing none. Session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, the birthday of the Senate Secretary, March 3, 2021.